and welcome. It's Monday and it's our first live stream this week. So we're going to pick up on all the things that we have been doing last week, and I've been
Welcome
out.
back. And
oh my goodness.
Happy, great, kick off the first live stream of the week.
Okay, so I had an agent that was standing here and ready to take some orders. That was not intended. It was meant to be completely silent. But we will look at that today. We have 3 projects we're working on. So we're working on fastcoach.io. Then we're working on a community platform where you can meet each other, get level ups on experience point from doing commits and working on your projects. And then finally, we're doing a agent window manager to make it so you can do everything by voice. So we had a break yesterday. I don't remember where we actually are with anything. And a lot of the agents has been working on things. And I switched FastCoach over to an OpenAI, to Claude Code to get that to work a bit on that. And then we have OpenAI or Codex working on our game platform. So I think that one is on hold right now. I don't know where it's at. And its mailbox now shut down. So this was, what did we ask it to do before we did that? I don't remember any longer. So, okay, let's just ask it, could you start the server? And we will start by reviewing that first. And then on my laptop, I have the latest version of OneUp, which I think is getting really cool. So one of the things I want to do today is I want us to build out the landing page, build out the sign-up mail, build out the download page, and build out the packaging of this app. And also I need to get an icon for it somehow, some way. Haven't really given that much thought, but I think we're ready to soon distribute the first version of this. And also soon move all our work into this workspace. So I'm super excited about that. So let me just bring these ones on. I can hear what the level of the music is and what the level of my voice is. So that all sounds good. Now, I'm just going to do a few things on my laptop to get the latest version of OneUp over on my Mac Studio. And then we're ready to rock and roll. Okay. So some of you might recall, I trashed one of my laptops I trashed my laptop last week. And for that reason, I had to go and get a new one. And that means that everything needs to be set up on it, including GitLab access and everything, which means that everything is just going slow and it's a bit tedious. But one of the good things that came out of that was that I actually discovered a new browser that I really, really like. So I've been using Arc up until this point, and I found that Zen browser gives exactly the same experience, but it feels less buggy and feels more performant. So I'm testing that on my laptop, and I'm pretty happy with it so far. All right, we are just authorizing lab. Once that's done, we will wait for Claude to make a MR and merge it into the developer so we can pull it down on the desktop here and I can show you what we have actually done. In the meantime, let's have a look at where Wayland, or wait, what was it called? Wayfoundry is at. I wonder if that name is even available. Just check that right away. Wait, what happened here? That was not what I wanted. Ah, no, it's not. No, that's a .com address anyway. Cool. Okay, let's get back to the actual app. And we have a mailbox here. So the system we are running is automatically setting up a mailbox, a local mailbox for us we use for testing, so that we don't need to fiddle around with a whole bunch of things. And we can move around. I wonder, did it get rid of the connecting bug? It seems that we did. No, there we go. It's the reconnecting still happens if we're spamming the server with moving into a wall. Okay, but anyway, let's try to set up a second player and see if that's working. So we go back here. It fits the address. Where did I go? There. Oh, and we're already logged in here. Right, now I remember where we were at. We were working on the chat system. And I wonder if that's working. Not, seems that we can't even see our first character, so there's definitely a bug here. Ah, but this one sees the first character. Maybe it's because it needs to... No. Okay. So there's clearly a bug here. Anyway, let's check if the chat is working. That, I think we did get to work somewhat. Still some UI issues that needs to be dealt with. Nice. So we have the chat system up running. We have the possibility of sending direct messages. And we can make requests to connect with players. Okay, that's pretty cool. So that means that we have some basic chatting going on here. And now the players appear on both maps or not? No, it doesn't. Okay, so there is a bug there. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to just give it a prompt to try to improve this. Okay. So we'll tell it that we have a game with 2 players. One of the players sees both players, the other does not. Please come study the code. Suggest 3 potential reasons this happened, and then pick the most likely. Suggest and explain that it happened and pick the most likely one of them. Then fix it. Okay, so that is that. Then we need to get back to the fastcoach.io. And that seems to be, no, this is one up. Let's check it out. Okay, so that's ready here. So we're just going to ask it to shut down the server for Way Foundry. Right, and this is unrelated. The actual running, working fastcoach agent is right here. And it's writing test test flows right now. So in this, what do you call it? Framework I've built called Rush. There is an end-to-end test framework where you describe what you want to test and how to test it, the steps you take. And so this is basically what it's busy doing right now. And I'm a little bit surprised about this because I just asked it to make a very simple fix. And apparently it thought that called for a whole bunch of changes and including writing tests. So I think it's a little bit funny. Because at the end of the day, this is something very, very simple, right? This is well known in single page applications. You get this flickering when you don't do the routes right. Okay. Let's get on with the next bit here. So one of the things we really need here is to check that this bit is working. A redaction pattern failed. Then the first. So one of the things we need to get up running is that in 2 or 3 live streams ago, what happened was that Claude decided to reveal one of my secrets, and for that reason I had to rotate the keys, but I still need to update all of the keys. And then I tried to do that in a previous live stream. What happened was it again chose to reveal one of my keys, and so I'm still at the point where the MCP server is not working the way that I want it to work, and that makes it slightly irritating, to put it at least. So Claude shouldn't be revealing your secret stuff to start with. Okay. Yeah, this is one of the things I have discovered that Codex does quite often. Right? You give it a random command in between that is doing something like, by the way, please also do this. And what happens is it just stops doing what it's supposed to do. And as much as I don't want to be a Claude fanboy, I do feel that Claude is better at just seeing things through. It feels like it has a slightly better way of keeping an overview of the project, and a slightly better way of just doing these things, that these small tasks that comes in between. let's bring up. Let's bring up Claude. Where did I put that one? I think I have it here somewhere. I do. Cool. So one of the things I've been working on over the weekend is a brand new UI for OneUp. And so the way this is going... Oh, I see. It actually has not... let's just get it to do that. And likewise, we've also used, so we'll go through this UI in just a bit once it's done the integration. Likewise, we've also used it to just make a mock of what we would actually like the, where's the full screen on this thing? We've also asked it to make a mock of what we would like the fast codes app to look like in full, right? And so I think this is the landing page, but it should also have the actual app somewhere. And so the app is pretty much what we expect the final version to look like. It's still a little bit messy in the mockup we have had here, but it's way better than what we had in the production code, where we can go and... Oh, I never saw this before. What is this? Not part of the design. A way to reach very... Oh, really? I see. Okay. Interesting. I have not seen this before. Let's try this out. Okay, so this is what I imagine it should look like when we're training a coach. I actually think it's done a fairly good job here. Like, as usual, it's adding way too many batches everywhere. But all in all, this design isn't half bad. It's pretty nice that we can jump around to see the different screens without having to navigate too much. And then it's made this material tab, which I really like, where you can upload material and get it to transcribe it. And once you have the transcript, that's what you'll be using for training your stuff. And one of the things we probably will do after we launch this is we need to make it so we can link the material to a specific location so the user can use that. Okay, let's see if it integrated the whole thing here. Oh wait, that's the landing page. We'll get to that in just a bit. No, it's still working. I see. Okay, so then for the landing page for OneUp, what we have in mind is something like this. I haven't really come up with a good headline or for that matter, tag, because I can't quite articulate what it is we're trying to do here. Right, but basically the idea is to create this workspace where you together with your agent can meet and actually get work done. And we want to make it so that it's a completely hands-free experience. In theory, I would want to be able to do real work while driving my car. I mean, I know you shouldn't be doing that, but the principle there though is that it should be very low effort to do stuff, and that's really what we are aiming for here. The mocks it has made are not really great, but I think this still looks 1,000 times better than our first landing page. So if we go back, let's try to go here and then just do oneup.com. Oh. This looks, I mean, it actually looks okay, although there are some fundamental design flaws. So maybe we should keep this. Yeah, I actually think this covers quite a lot of the details. So maybe we should just keep this, because it does capture all the features somehow. Oh, wait, I just realized now that you can't see what I'm seeing. So if you look here, the purple is very purple though. That's very hard to argue with, the purpleness of it. Okay, maybe we should, maybe then rather than redoing the whole thing, maybe we should work with this instead. And then we need to have a demo video here. Yeah, I think that would be it. I think that would definitely be it. We do need the pricing though, but I think we can do that within the existing style. Okay. Let's check out where we are with the actual merge integration. Let's request. Here we go. Relatively small PR in these times. Back when we were doing human engineering, 5,000 lines would be 10 PRs. think that's a hilarious statement. Given that we have only been having this for, like, what, a year? Year tops. If you're early with agents, you would have started May last year. And since then, we have moved from being slightly skeptical to basically not being skeptical at all, but just knowing that there are certain limitations with agents. You do need to be careful about how you do your development. But as such, nothing has changed, right? This is also how you would do it when you did the development yourself. You also had to put care into the craft. You also needed to be careful that the work was done right. And that's the bit that hasn't changed. You as a craftsman is still responsible for your work. You still need to put the care into the work. And now that care is put into the work through how you interact with agents. Whereas previously it was put into the work through how well you documented the code, how well you wrote the code, what patterns you deployed. And it's now shifted that care comes from being able to articulate what you want from the agent, making sure that it actually does what it's supposed to do. And I think that's the major change here. Like, but the whole thing is still the same. You can't do the software development without putting those key ingredients in. And when you think about it, probably these are, at least for me, that was some of the things that I value the most. The thing with really being careful with your craft. That together with being crazy explorative. I love exploring new stuff. Sometimes those two are slightly exclusive, but so I think this agent here was the work we did last week, wasn't it? What landed? The Codex agent package, yes. The per session persistence, relay scripts, and the honest. I have no idea what this is. The echo canceller, yes, that was a big one. So happy we got that in. And the launch line truncation fix. So there's some real good stuff in here that we got merged. And now the next thing we need to do is we need to get the PR from this computer over here in, and I think that might just have landed now. Let's check. Yes, merged. Yay. So let's do this. Wrong window. Actually, screw that. Let's just quit this one. I have too much stuff open anyway. And this was the one from last week, so we're going to quit that one as well. Oh no, what's this? An error? Okay, that might not be a real error. Let's see what happens. All right, let's bring this down here. So as you can see, the whole thing has changed a lot since we spoke on Saturday. So the UI is a lot more polished now, and our top terminal now comes down, moves everything down instead of just overlaying it. Likewise, our sidebar with the workspaces is right here, and just coming forth similar to how it would do in many other applications. And now our main we used to have this pill down here, but that has been removed just for this little call button, so it takes up the least amount of space on the UI. Now, I've only tried this in silence, so I don't know how this actually works. Oh, wait, one more thing we have is this little thing that turns your agent into something that is not taking up a lot of space on your desktop. Let's just try this out. Curious how well it will work. We need to just pause some music, I think, for starters. We will get it to a point where we can also have music while we do this, but we're not quite there yet. Hey, could you ask Birch to ask Amber what she's been up to and whether she has started any work at all? And then let Birch get back to you with the result of what Amber is saying.
I'll check the available agents and send Birch that request. I asked Birch to ask Amber what she's been up to and whether she has started any work. Then report back with Amber's reply.
Did you get any reply yet?
I'll check whether Birch has replied yet. Yes, Birch says Amber is idle apart from pings, has not started any substantive work, has touched no files, run no commands, spawned no subagents, and has no tasks in progress. Amber says she is ready to pick up real work whenever there is something to do.
Okay, so first of all, you'll notice that we have a bit of graphics on what's going on. It's still a bit flaky, not quite where we want it to be, but the messaging is real here. So if we look at the two windows here, so we have Birch at the top and then, oh wait. And we have Amber here. And so Birch basically receives a request from the system. Wait, no, that was a message from Amber. Let's see. This might just be because we reused sessions from last time, right? So it gets the message from the system. Please reply with one long sentence so we can confirm this message has reached. Okay, I think that's even. Okay, here we go. Please ask Amber what she has been up to. And so Birch automatically figures out how to communicate with Amber, sends the message to Amber, gets a response back, and then uses that to answer the system. Now this is super cool because what this will allow us to do is it will allow us to have a prototype agent, it will allow us to have a research agent, and have people or have agents that are specific within a domain and just taking care of that one domain. And our system agent basically just has the role of figuring out who to send the requests to. Right. So let's try another little experiment here. Could you rename Birch into front-end engineer and Amber into back-end engineer?
I'll rename those two agents now. The two-word names were rejected, so I'll use single-word names instead. I renamed Birch to front-end and Amber to back-end, since agent names have to be one word.
Could you estimate how much effort would it be to implement an API on fastcodes.io for just keeping track of the transcriptions?
Rough estimate. A small fastcode.io API just for tracking transcriptions is probably a 3-day job for a clean MVP, assuming authentication and the transcription generation already exist. For the simplest, useful version, I'd expect data model, a transcription record with ID, user or workspace ID, source session ID, text, timestamps, status, metadata,
Okay,
duration, and language, endpoints.
Okay,
Create
stop.
transcription, list transcriptions, fetch one transcription, update metadata, status, delete or archive.
Okay, we have a couple of things we need to get fixed here in the voice interface. First of all, the voice sounds horrible. Secondly, we need to update the system prompts so the system always delegate to the right agent. The right thing to have done in this case would have been to ask the backend agent what what am I supposed to do here? Should you not have asked the backend agent this question instead of trying to answer it yourself?
Yes. Since we just designated backend for backend API work, I should have asked that agent for the estimate rather than answering directly.
Do you have any evidence that your estimate is correct? Do you know the code base?
No, I don't have direct evidence from the codebase yet. So I'll ask the backend agent to inspect it and estimate properly. You're right to challenge that. I had no codebase evidence for the estimate. I've now asked the backend agent to inspect the repo and give a grounded estimate with evidence.
Okay, so one thing we do need here is we need to make it such that when eventually the agent comes back to the system, that the system wakes up and reacts on that. It doesn't do that at the moment, so I think let's just continue. We have here a list somewhere with things that we really need to get done. So I think stateful apps, that one was done. That one we can move up. So Claude is now stateful. The terminal is not stateful. We would need something like tmux or whatever to make that happen. Maybe there is a good Rust package to do that. I'm not sure. We'll have to check that out. Refactor is still kind of ongoing. We have better log, we have better UI. So actually, what we haven't added here is more intuitive UI. And then really high on the list. So this is also one of the highest. We have work trees. We need support for work trees. We also, let's see, what else did we have? So this one. Let's see, workspaces with work trees. And so one of the things we do have here is, this was what we talked about. We are doing a UI prototype here. The prototype is here. So you'll recognize this as what you basically just saw. We have these messages going from one place to the other. And now the workspace we have in mind, so is slightly different. So now when you change workspace, you can have sub workspaces within that workspace. And each of these ones, so if you open a workspace that amounts to a Git repository, you should be able to create new branches. And that's exactly what we want to be able to do. But we don't want the UI to be cluttered. So at the moment that there is nothing, once you focus away from the workspace, the branches should disappear. They should only be present when you're actually working in that workspace. And otherwise they should just disappear. And this is pretty much the concept that we are going to implement. Then we want it such that when you press here, you get a folder search mechanism that allows you to search what folder you want to open. And again, all of this should be controllable via the TypeScript interface that we have. So we have this TypeScript interface here, and you should be able to basically just run these commands and get stuff out. So this is on the to-do list of things to do. What else? We then do need to work out exactly where the work trees are going to live. I think work tree slash is a good suggestion. Or maybe we should call it .oneup slash. That might be a different suggestion. From main. I have actually not tried this, so what would that... Okay, cool. So that's just broken. That's nice. It's not supposed to do anything. It would have been nice if it had mocked the entire flow, but then with that, we'd basically get it such that when you switch the workspace here, if it's a JIT repository you're in, you should be able to get these. Oh, we found a bug. So when you, oh, nice. When you open a, okay, interesting. Let's get that written down as well. That we will need to fix. Codex agent was actually also done over the weekend. We have a codex agent now, which means that at this point we can code with all of the things that we want to code with. Ticket manager is something we want to do. And so all of these ones are actually pretty high, but workspaces and work trees is still on the highest because that's what will allow us to go fast in all of this. Okay. What else did we discover that didn't work exactly as we wanted to? We still have the graphics, looks a bit buggy. Flow graphics looks buggy. And then a another question to ask is whether we want a native task interface or not. That may or may not be that we want that. Also, I wonder if I can drop screenshots in. I haven't tried that. We do that. What happens if I do that? No, that doesn't work. Okay. And we definitely need to fix that. I think another thing we probably want at a relatively soonish is SSH-based agents. And so we could probably use something like Tailscale for this. But even higher than that, we probably have the extension system. And then we need packaging. I think that's actually what we should do today. Make a distribution ready, because I want this to be in the hands of people sooner rather than later. So I think, and this is also what will allow us to do things incrementally. So what does this mean? We need to have packaging. Oh my goodness. Packaging. We need to have automated uploads. We need to have automated updates. And we need to have error boundaries. The good thing is I think all of these are known things, so that should be relatively straightforward to do. That is, we've done this for other projects as well, so no reason why we couldn't do it for this one. Could you ask, oh wait, let's see. Could you ask the backend engineer what working directory it's in?
I'll ask the backend agent for its working directory. I asked backend for its current working directory and Git branch information.
Could you ask the backend engineer to make a new work tree in .worktrees and make that work tree about making the code
I'll
production
ask
ready?
backend what they need for the new work tree, since your sentence cut off before the branch or purpose. I told backend to wait for the missing branch or task details before creating a work tree.
Okay, we need a new work tree for making sure that we also need such that there is room for gaps in the
I'm
conversation,
missing
because
the
this
end of
is
that. What should the new work tree be for? And what branch name should back?
Okay, so one thing we need is we need support for larger gaps in the conversation. That's really high priority as well. Clearly, if you're speaking faster than me, then everything is great. But if you're like me and you spend a lot of time finding the right words, you just get cut off all the time, and this is super annoying. So let's see. Let's try this again. Could you get the backend engineer to make a work tree for creating a feature that is making this whole repository, or making this particular app one-up, making that production ready? So we need to be able to create the macOS app. We need to be able to upload that to a folder via an S3 bucket like we do with other products. And we need to be able to make it so we auto-update.
I'll pass that to backend as a work tree request and note that the final details are still incomplete. I asked backend to create a new work tree under .worktrees for the production-ready macOS release work. Inspect the existing build and upload conventions, and report back before implementing further.
Okay, so testing this, I can see we have a few things that we need to improve for sure. But overall, the core principle is working well. And as soon as we're at a point where we can speak to this naturally, I think we're getting way closer to the point where I can do an hour to 1.5 hours of workout while still doing software development. I'm looking forward for that. So maybe we should start a workout live stream in the morning, just to do workout and AI coding at the same time. That could be good fun. Right. Another thing we should have is we probably want to have it such that we have an indicator on whether the agent is having questions or not. So ideally, we would need to relay these questions through. Yeah, okay. That's definitely another thing on the to-do list. Relay thought questions through the system agent or through the system. I think that's a sensible thing to do. So we could use the inbox messaging system to relay these things. If we would do that, then we would get to a point where things are a lot more natural, and we can bring up the right context for the right things we're doing as we get these questions. That will make it easier to make decisions and so on. So that's definitely something we also should have. Did you get a response yet?
I'll check the inbox for backend's replies now. No, not yet. I checked for replies from backend, and there are none in the inbox.
Could you ask the backend engineer whether she has finished that what they were asked?
I'll nudge backend for an update now. I nudged backend again and asked for the work tree path, branch name, build and upload conventions, and any blockers.
Did you explain backend that it should send the message back to the system?
No, I didn't explicitly say to send the reply back to system, so I'll clarify that now. I clarified that backend should send its status update back to system, including the work tree details, build, upload conventions, and blockers.
Did you get a response?
I'll check whether backend has sent any status update back to system. No, there are still no replies from backend in the system inbox.
Okay, so we're still having some bugs here. So for whatever reason, this was not sent back to the backend. Let's try to check the logs and see what's going on. Okay, that's quite long. We probably want this to be... Yes, okay, so this is another thing we need to do. We need to improve logging such that it will become easier to debug the system. Okay, and we also found another issue. I don't know if you noticed this, but that muting function actually only worked the first time. We need to fix that as well. Let's see if we have any errors here. There was one thing in red. Yeah, what is this? So that was the renaming of the thing. And then we really want to have an inbox inspector up here as well. The thing is, it's really hard to see what messages were sent to what agent and whether the response is actually there. So was the system truthful or not? We could, of course, Could of course try something else here. Let's see. And so it's just searching the events. It doesn't find anything. Let's just try to ask it something here. Could you look at all the messages you have received in your inbox?
I'll look through the recent system inbox messages now. Yes, the replies did arrive, but they came from Claude Amber rather than Claude Backend. So my earlier filter missed them. The work tree was created at .worktrees/production ready macOS release on branch Claude/production ready macOS release. Backend says the repo already has a complete Rush-based macOS build. Signing, notarization, DMG, upload, verify, and rollback pipeline using S3 compatible storage rather than Firebase. The main blockers are which app exactly, what is failing or missing today, the rest of your cutoff sentence, and whether you really mean Firebase storage or just bucket-shaped S3 compatible storage.
Okay, answer back that the app in question is the one called OneUp. We are going to build a...
I'm missing the rest. What should I answer back to backend?
Yeah,
Got it. And what are we going to build? And should I send that to backend once you finish the sentence?
Okay, we really need some longer spaces to finish the sentence because this is definitely not for me. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to tell backend that we are going to build a production version of OneUp. So the app OneUp in the directory apps. And we need to upload to S3 buckets, not to Firebase, but to S3. And we need to follow the existing patterns that are already done for some of the other apps.
I'll send backend the clarified app and storage requirements now. I told backend that the target is the OneUp app under apps, that uploads should use S3 rather than Firebase, and that it should follow the existing production release patterns in the repo.
Okay, so we found a couple of other bugs here, right? So one of the things we did was rename the agent, and what this made was that the system agent had not taken note of, or rather the mailing system had not updated the name. So renaming agents breaks the mailbox. When you send a mail from a renamed agent, the name is still the old one. So I think we're finding a lot of good stuff here. Lots of minor things, but lots of good stuff that should be relatively straightforward to fix. Although it depends a bit on how we are passing the name of the agent to the agent itself. I wonder if this is injected into... Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But there's only one way to find out. Fix the bug and figure out what the underlying issue is instead of sitting here speculating about what the issue could be. Okay, let this workspace do what it does, and then we will go back and see where we are with our app, maybe, or our gaming platform. Maybe it finished the work it should have done. You start the server. So in time, we're going to move this work into OneUp as well once we have a basic version of it working. And so the whole idea is that we want to be able to build workspaces where we can do graphics, we want to be able to do coding, we want to be able to do the business aspect of it and all of these things. And so we'll have different workspaces for managing these things. And hopefully that will make it such that we have a pretty good overview of what's going on. Let's also check where we are with the Fast Coach. Fast Coach is still working on some stuff. Oh, what did I ask it? It's such a simple request, so what the bloody... I'm just completely astonished here. So basically the world's smallest request has turned into a massive amount of work for Claude. Yeah, okay. So why would it do that? I mean, didn't it spend any time understanding the code before? Clearly it did. That's a stupid question on my part. It clearly did not spend any time understanding the patterns in the code base. Now this is Opus 5. It's supposed to be able to do these things, right? So let me get back here and you'll see. So basically what it's done is something that every front-end engineer knows that you shouldn't do in a single page application. It's used a href for linking everything. And this counts whether you're using React or you're using Vue. You should be using the appropriate ways of, in two places what it's called, right? You should be using the appropriate linking mechanism, which in use case is the browser router. So, and I think these things are spelled out in the code base. Like all you have to do is basically look at what the existing patterns are, look at what the guides are saying, and then just go ahead and follow what's there. And somehow it's just went on and gone and done its own thing. I'm completely astonished by this. Like that should just not happen. And basically the net result is now that it needs to do a massive amount of refactoring to fix all of that. Oh well. Then that's how it is. We're going to spend some time on some minor stuff. Did you get a message back from the backend engineer?
I'll check the recent inbox messages for the backend update. Yes. The backend agent says there is no OneUp app in this repository. No matching app directory, branch, code, config, or product entry. The existing desktop apps are Cadence, Cut, Fast Coach, Glint, Planner, Reshvault, Dot, and OneUp. So the next decision is whether OneUp is actually one of those under a different slug, or whether OneUp is a new app that needs to be scaffolded first.
So OneUp is OneUp.
I'll tell backend that OneUp means OneUp and ask them to continue with that target. I told backend that OneUp means OneUp with the target directory apps/desktop/OneUp and asked them to continue the production macOS release work from the existing work tree.
Okay, so another thing we need to do is we need to have a way to dangerously allow all. And we still need to figure out exactly what this looks like. I think we would be able to relay all of Claude's tools, which probably would make things a lot easier. But I think if we can do that, then we could get all of the notifications in here instead of having to run everything with dangerously approve all. Because honestly, command like this that just says Python-C and then star, that seems a bit risky. But then again, I don't care. You only live once. But this is basically one of the things we can do in this system. I've tested, so previously I created a coding harness that did exactly that. So it would start Claude Code and then relay all of the tools into my coding harness using the tools. So the only downside to that is the timeout on tools. So Claude has this ridiculous timeout that makes that relaying things is actually pretty hard to do well, because it has a 60-second or 120-second what is it called, timeout, which means that if I've gone for a cup of coffee, then everything will have timed out by the time I get back, and that's kind of useless in most cases. And likewise, it's pretty useless to have to answer yes to everything. Okay, so I don't know what's going on here, but the improvement it was supposed to make is definitely not an improvement. We never connect to the server now. All right. Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the reasons why I ask every 2 minutes if it got a message back is because I haven't made a wake on message from for the system agent. This is something that's on my to-do list, and yeah, I just didn't get about to implement that bit yet. So right now we are still in a very, very early alpha version of this software. And what will happen is that eventually we'll make it so that it wakes up when it gets a new message. And yeah, so I hope that answered your question, Aris. The long-term vision here is it should wake up on basically any kind of event, right? So we wanted so that it wakes up when we get an email, and we wanted so that it wakes up when an agent talks to it. But we also need to have a way to adjust when and how it's getting back to us. Because, for instance, if we're in the middle of talking like we are now, it would be great if these things are deferred and that it only gets back to you when you turn the microphone on. But I haven't quite worked out the user experience for this yet. The other thing, I don't know if you noticed it, but we actually found a bug where when we rename the agent, what happens is that the center of the message is the wrong one. So we started out with this agent that was called Amber, and then we renamed that to backend, and all the messages were coming from Amber, even though that the new name of the agent was backend, and that made that the system did not notice the messages. And yeah, so we're in a process of just testing all of these corner cases and then getting them corrected one by one. And hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have a product that's kind of production ready. Well, not production ready, but alpha version ready and ready for other people to test out. Yeah, I think we can do, so with the system I've put up, I think we can do way better than that, because it's really meant to be a generic agent-to-agent inbox we're having. And so when you launch a Claude server, it's added as an MCP interface that makes that they can send to each other. All right, take care. Great seeing you here. All right, let's see where we are at. Let's get back to our to-do list here and just work out exactly what else we need. So I think packaging, automated uploads and updates, that's what we're doing right now. I do feel inclined to take this out of the current agent here. Ah, wait. Let's see. What does it say is done? Okay, so this is really good news. It seems that the agents, when they started implementing this, has been so good as to follow the playbooks that I've put in place, which means that all of the things that we would expect to work kind of works. So what was this exactly that? Added one up block to, okay, so it's created the release tools. Added some checks. I deliberately left Tari alone despite it differing from Cadence. Okay. Let's see if this voice interface works with music on. I haven't tried that yet. Could you ask the backend engineer what would need to be changed in tari.conf.json?
I'll ask backend specifically what needs to change in tauri.conf.json. I asked backend to inspect WonUp's tauri.conf.json against the other desktop apps and report any required production release changes before modifying anything.
Yeah, and so we really need to get to a point where, oh, bloody hell, I am still talking to the agent, am I not? We need to get to a point where we are having this running the same way with basically dangerous allow all. But in the long run, what we really want to do is we want to route the tools through OneUp such that we get the permission dialogues and all of that in here. I think that would make the most sense. And this would also make that we can do something much more holistic in terms of permissions, because right now, like allowing Python -c and then star is a very wild thing to do, right? In principle, what you would want is something much more fine-grained, tuned to that specific task it's doing. Okay, let's get back to the agent here. Okay, so what exactly does the backend agent mean that we, or think that we need to fix and do?
I'll check backend's latest messages and summarize what they think needs fixing. Backend thinks the actual repo change needed was only release inventory registration for OneUp, and they have already done and committed that in the work tree. They changed 3 files: the desktop release config, the release product matrix docs, and the stale OneUp Rush desktop header comment. They say OneUp already had the macOS build, signing, notarization, DMG, S3 upload config, icons, entitlements, info.plist, run script, and bundle recipe. For towery.conf.json specifically. Backend says nothing blocks build, signing, notarization, DMG, or upload. The only real product gap is in-app auto update. WonUp will publish latest.json during rollout, but the app will not fetch it because it does not have the Towery Updater plugin configured. They say that is not a release blocker unless we want in-app updates for this release. The remaining non-code blockers are Apple signing and notarization credentials, the Towery Updater signing key if we want updates, confirming the S3 bucket, and downloads.wonup.com coverage, GitLab CI variables, the intended version, and whether to push, open an MR, and run the full test gate.
No, so here's what we want. We want to have the auto updater in this release. We also want to have error boundaries similar to what we have in Cadence. And we should have a section inside of settings that allow us to test front-end panics and back-end panics, just to test that everything is working the way that we want it to.
I'll tell backend to include auto updater support plus cadence-style error boundaries and settings panic tests. I passed that on. Auto updater is required for this release, and backend should add cadence-style error boundaries plus a settings section to test front-end and back-end panics while keeping updater secrets out of the repo.
Okay, so I think what we've seen here is at least the basic flow is working with getting the system to manage this one agent. We're slowly going to move into managing two agents and then adding different kinds of agents. So one of the things I dream of having is a Gemini research agent. And then we should have roles for the agents as well, such that we are routing messages based on the role of the agent. That is, if I'm giving a backend update, you want to have the backend engineer answering that. And if you're asking for a front-end update, well, you want the front-end agent to ask that. And so the idea here is that the context of one agent should stay within its domain, and that will allow it to work much more focused on that one domain. Maybe we want to have a generalist agent as well, right? You're free to do that. But the point is to be able to make these choices on where and how the agents are acting. So we're nearly ready with fixing the errors in fast code, and hopefully that will make us ready to test it. So let's see if the reconnect issue has disappeared when we just walk into a wall. That would be great. So before we did the update, when you just excessively walk into a wall, what would happen would be that you see this reconnect box, and it really wouldn't be all that useful. It would... But that seems to be gone. So now let's try to connect a second player. Right, we need to enter our email address. Strange. Is that not the right code we copied? Oh no, this is a different code. I see. Nice. And now... Oh, wait, he's blinking. What about the other workspace? This there. Cool. So they see each other now. We have the chat system up running. There's no map chat right now, but we could do hello, send that off, and now that should appear in our other chat over here. Let's check that out. Hey, how are you? And that's good enough. So that's the chat system working. That's the world working. And what do we want to do next? I think this is where we need to think a little bit about what things are actually going to look like. Because we want to be able to move around. We want to be able to create space. We want to be able to have multiple worlds. But we need to work out the gaming aspect of this. So you connect your GitHub account, and how do we reflect the development productivity inside of the app? So I think that's the real question here. Okay, I think let me have a think about that while we watch some of the other agents do some of their work and check out where we are with those ones. So there's something here that needs a yes. And this one is just cracking on with the fast coach. So this is the next thing we need to test. In the meantime, let me just test some updates here on my laptop to see if that's working better or worse. Hey, how are you doing?
Thanks for asking. How are you?
Could you recite a longer text? You just come up with something random.
Sure. Imagine a small edge of 5. Morning arrives. Rooftops shine. Baker. First means smell of warm
Could I
bread
stop you right
drifts
there?
past the office,
I would like to stop you
library,
right there.
and a little fountain. Far beyond the house, hills fold into one another like blankets.
Okay, so one
and
problem
narrow
we are
river
having
catches the pale light.
is that you still can't badge in on the agent. I'm just trying that on my laptop here, and that doesn't work. So that's something we need to fix. And then I think we have another thing we need to do. We need to make a waiting system. I know exactly how we will do this. So basically, when we start a chat completions request, if the agent feels that the sentence is incomplete, it should return a tag just saying listen. So my laptop has been asked now to do an update, and that hopefully will improve the voice interface. And then basically I have an idea for how we will do the waiting, because that really needs to work nicely. Oh wait. And I think that's also a top priority. So we know that, let's just check off the things that are done here before we talk about the waiting. So packaging, that's done. Automated uploads, that's done. Automated updates, that's in progress. Error boundaries, that's in progress. Okay, and so the way we want this is we call chat completions and if chat completions and if the sentence appears to be incomplete, it should return wait for more. Then the question is, how long should it wait, right? With somebody like me, typically you need to be in front of me to see that I'm struggling to find the right words of what I'm saying. And so I'm coming in and I'm starting talking. I start talking really fast and there's a lot of things. And then all of a sudden I'm looking for the word to describe a certain thing, or something isn't materialized in my head. So I need time to figure out how to take this picture and turn it into words. For other people, it just flows naturally. Like they open their mouth and everything comes out, and when they stop, they're done talking. I think we need a way to make sure that we can take both things into account. But I think this would be a great design, and I think this is a high priority because it's basically part of the user experience. Let's see, did we record the mute issue? Right, we also found there is an issue when you mute, unmute, and mute again. This just doesn't seem to work the way it should. But basically what we need to do now is we need to prioritize what exactly do we need for this to be good enough that we can start working in it. So I think with the amount of things we've found, I think we'll have to spend this week polishing everything and then probably do a soft launch next week of it. That seems reasonable. Okay. Right. Another thing we need to put on our to-do list is developer notes. The whole thing with having made this so we need developer notes. And then we need system prompt tweaking. Did we notice we also need the permissioning system. Oh my goodness. This was supposed to be such a small project. It feels like there are so many things to it, even though that it's super small. Okay. Could you tell me where we at with the backend engineer?
I'll check backend's latest messages and summarize the current state. Backend reports that all 3 requested items are implemented and committed locally on the production release branch. The current work tree is clean at commit 4494FD5B0 on Claude/production ready Makos release, but nothing has been pushed yet. They implemented 1. WONOP updater wiring, 2. Cadence style front-end error boundary handling, and 3. A settings diagnostics section with buttons for a real front-end panic and a real back-end core panic. Verification is strong, but not complete. Backend ran Bazel builds for the WONOP app and front-end. Bazel tests for all WONOP desktop targets, with 13 out of 13 passing. Release inventory checks, index coverage checks, and diff whitespace checks. They have not run the full just tests gate, and they have not manually clicked through the UI in a running macOS app. Remaining requirements are mostly external. Generate a WONOP updater key pair and put the private key into release secrets. Add the public key into tari.conf.json. Confirm Apple signing and notarization credentials. Confirm the S3 bucket and downloads.wonop.com prefix. Then do the first staging rollout. They're also asking whether to push and open an MR, whether to run full tests now, and whether to visually drive the app to confirm the behaviors.
Could you get the backend engineer to build a DMG with the app in it so we could try to open it and see that it actually works? So I want to have
the rest. What should backend build? Got it. Do you want backend to build and run the WONOP app to verify the updater, error boundary, and panic test UI actually work?
Okay, so what I want the backend to do is I want the backend engineer to build out the app and the DMG and hand a link to the DMG such that I can test the actual built app and see how it's working.
I'll ask backend to build the app and DMG, then provide a testable DMG link if possible. I asked backend to build the WONOP app and DMG from the production release worktree. Upload it if the existing S3 release path is safely available, or otherwise return the local DMG path and explain what credentials are missing.
At this point, I simply don't trust Claude. After I revealed my secrets last time, I'm going to just close the agent. And we're going to do this completely headless without having to look at the agent because I fear a bit that it's going to reveal my keys again. I simply don't trust Claude. It's amazing that a model that's hyped for being so focused on security can't do that one thing right. Cool. Meantime here, we are nearly at the end. So it finished the checklist it had before. And that hopefully also means that the next version is going to be a lot nicer in how it feels when you interact with it. Where are we over here? So I think all of this was working and we were trying to figure out what to do next. Right, so the chatting is working and we can move around. Graphics isn't great. Oh, there we go. We can still do this with the reconnecting screen. It's kind of annoying, but I guess that's how it is for now at least. What we really want is probably want a map editor at this point. That seems like a thing we want to do. So we should introduce user roles and the ability to create maps. Or maybe that's too early. Maybe we do want to think a little bit more about like ideally we would have a map state and we would have different actions you could do in the map and to change that map state. And then with that, you'd be able to go to one of the objects, do something with the object, and because you did something with the object, something changed in the map. That would be great. So I think this is exactly where this multi-agent concept would be super nice to have, right? Because now we basically want to get to a point where we can brainstorm exactly what we should do for as the next thing. And then with that, use that to drive the next things we're doing. So I think once we're done with this, I think this is going to be super powerful. So we're going to leave this for a bit. It's not one of our primary things at the moment. Like it's far more important we get the Fast Coach app done, and it's far more important that we get the one up to work really nicely as well. One of the other things we do want to do rather sooner than later is integrate this into GitHub or Linear and be able to just track issues. Definitely feels like a thing we want. Okay, let me check where we are at. It didn't copy the entire address. Okay, so the icon is wrong. So I think we need to come up with a nicer icon. But will you look at this? The app is actually built. We can now give it access and it should restore the session here. It doesn't, maybe because the app, I don't know why it doesn't restore the session. Let's just try to exit the other app and see what happens. Interesting. So I wonder why it doesn't restore the session. Also, the icon here looks funky. Did it restore that? Oh yeah, it restored the entire conversation. Let's check out if it works. Hey, can you hear what I'm saying?
Yes. I'm receiving your speech as transcribed text and can follow what you're saying.
Could you open the settings?
I'll open settings now. Settings is open.
Okay, so something funky is going on with the sound, and also there is a thing that looks different. So when we start the app, this thing actually should be round, not this pill form. So I'm a bit curious about why that happens. And also diagnostics. Let's see what happens if we crash the window. Oh, wow. It actually does this per window. Press the core. Happens. Panic ran on its own thread. Look at panic. Okay, how... I want more panic buttons. I just want to crash this as much as possible. But that's really cool. I did not expect that. I didn't think that we would have a per app crashing mechanism. That's kind of interesting. Let's see if... I think I exited the app now. Yeah, it was running here. Let's just try to run it here and see if that one restores the session. I wonder why one is restoring the session and the other one is not. Or maybe we've broken session restoration. It really seems that... Oh, wait. Maybe that's because we renamed the agent. Let's just write that down as well, because that may be a potential reason. Yeah, I think that's definitely the reason. Okay, so that's interesting. But that means that we now have an app running. we need to work out exactly what does the logo look like, or the icon. I do think this is kind of okay for now. I wonder, is there a check for updates? Your settings, your API keys, your tools. About. Okay, I would love to have a check for updates button. So let's just do that. Hello? Is this reasonable? 1 kilobyte. I mean, 1,000 characters is quite a lot. Let's do 4 kilobytes just to be generous. But even that, right, it makes the logs grow very, very fast when you do when they're this big. So. Okay, so while this agent is finished what it's doing, and I think we have another agent that's also finishing what it's doing. Yeah. While it's doing that, I'm going to test the next version here over on my laptop. Which is basically testing whether we can interrupt an agent while it's talking. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Could you speak out a really long sentence? So come up with a story or something like that and speak it out to me.
What? Quiet. Blue Mountain.
Could I stop you right there? I would like to work on something else now. I think maybe
Okay.
you could just say, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this kind of worked. I can interrupt the agent now, but we would like that to actually be a bit faster. The other thing is I would like to incorporate this wait command. And so it might seem a bit silly to obsess over this whole voice experience, but I think this is really at the core of it. If we don't get the voice experience right, there's no point in doing any of the other stuff. So one thing I'm considering is that since we've moved away from ChatGPT real time, maybe it's time to do a native text to speech. So Apple is apparently has some quite good stuff for that, and maybe we could just leverage that to make it super cheap.
below. Stone and water, sky and share their songs.
Hello world.
Okay, where did we put the... Let's pause the music. Not sure that there need to be a comma there, but let's see.
I believe what the right answer is not always so obvious.
That sounds kind of mechanical. I wonder if they must have something that of higher quality somehow. I would have thought that to have come around by now, but maybe I'm just too optimistic about the progress. Let's check out. Where did I put this one there? Okay, I think we should test this out. So this looks like an interesting text to speech. And the number one question, can it run and have native Rust packages? Let's just move this closer to where we're actually working. think I might just be able to do this. Any TTS. That seems interesting. Okay, that failed, so I do need to install all of these prerequisites. Interesting. So what's wrong here? Ah, right. Right. Does it not have a CLI, this thing? I think it should have a CLI. Okay, given that I can't figure this out directly, let's see if we can find some online examples.
Hello, how are you doing?
That actually sounds pretty good. Let's just try to turn off the music.
Hello, how are you doing?
Let's try this out. Random quote.
The two most powerful warriors are patience and time.
That went super fast. Why did that go so fast? So I wonder if there's some cash at play. Can stream to?
The two most powerful warriors are patience and time. At least so I've heard. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time. At least so I've heard. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time. Or I might be wrong.
Okay, that seems incredibly fast. Just try this.
The two most powerful warriors are patient.
That's insane. That took like 3 seconds to do. Not even.
And time, or I might be wrong. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong.
The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong.
Okay, this is actually pretty cool. Just try to keep an eye on the time here.
Two most powerful.
2 seconds, 3
The
seconds.
two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong. The two most
Let's do another voice. Let's do Sky and then try to see if we stream this.
The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong. The two most powerful warriors are patience and time, or I might be wrong.
Okay. I think this is definitely on my wish list, right? So if we could get Kokora. So if we use any TTS, Kokora, and Kokoro, let's just see Gwen TTS. How does that compare? But this is really impressive. So according to this thing, but this is way, let's just see, it seems to be way more parameters, so it might be way slower as well. This one was 82 million and it does a really great job. So if we could get this seems to be doing some high quality stuff. I'm not sure we want that. I mean, obviously we want high quality, but if we can get this to run on a local machine using any TTS, build this right into the desktop we're building, we would save a ton of money. I'm right now spending $2 to $3 a day synthesizing sound. Right, so that in itself is a $90 value proposition, $60 to $90 value proposition per month. So that seems pretty relevant. Okay, let's add that to our to-do list. That's definitely something we need to look at. Let's see, Kokoro voice synthesis. Let's mark that high. That's pretty high on my wish list. And then we also want whisper dictation. think that is the number one thing. If we can get these two local, then we are already quite a bit closer to where we want to be. And let's get back and see, because I'm wondering what is my actual spending on OpenAI right now for these things. I find their usage API slightly confusing, because it has, for the same model, it has like a gazillion different graphs. But you see here, we spent a lot of time on real time, so that might, GPT real time, that might, that was when we did the real time stuff. Then we have this mini TTS where it seems like we're not spending a lot, right? So this 0 point something, but then you have $2 over here, and most of that $2 was actually spent in a day. $3, sorry. Most of those $3 were spent in a day. Transcribe is really bloody cheap, or I'm just not using it a lot. And TTS also seems cheap. Mini TTS. Wonder which models. Should be Whisper or something like that somewhere here in my spending. What models am I using today? It's yesterday, today. Mini TTS and Transcribe. And Transcribe is so ridiculously cheap that it's not even worth switching away from, but Mini TTS is costing a fortune. And so I think that's exactly the thing that we wanna optimize, because there's some money to be had there. So let's. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So then the question is, can we try to run this locally? We need to get this Kokora TTS to work. Okay, so I installed these packages. I skipped this step just because. Let's see. Get back here. And then in the meantime, we can just see how this is. Okay, so we're actually ready to test fast coach now. Unfortunately, I'm distracted now, so I don't have time to do what I set out to do. And the same counts for where are we with the improvements. They're still running here. Okay, cool. So we'll have crash reports once the app is, or once the agent is done doing this, there will be crash reports when things crashes. Because let's be honest, we're doing software here, and it's almost impossible to make software that doesn't crash, even if you use some of the best languages for this kind of stuff. And we're using Rust, so we are in a really great position to deliver a bug-free app. But that being said, bug-free is, I've never seen it, but I must admit that Rust is by far the closest I've had to having that experience of not having bugs. But they do occur, nonetheless. But hopefully we can keep it to logical bugs. That would be great. Let's see, I think it finished. What? Is this directory not in my path? Oh, wait. Kokoro. Okay, while it's doing this, I'm just testing something on my laptop. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Could you tell me a really long story? Just come up with some random story.
Once, far beyond the last railway station, just past the place where the road became a suggestion of path.
Okay,
there
let
was
me
a
stop you
valley
right
that did
there.
not appear on
I
any
think you need to
ordinary
stop.
map. People who found it usually
need
did
to
so
stop.
by accident. A lost shepherd following a bell through the fog.
Okay, that created a... Okay. How do I play this from the... I would have imagined that when you say speak that it actually speaks, but clearly it does not. So... and that one went up here. Let's just check out what this sounds like.
Hello world. Hello world.
Okay, that's nice and soft. Let's try to give it a slightly longer phrase. Let's just try to copy something. Must be some block of text over here we can copy. And if not here, there should be one in the finished terminal here. Actually, we have something without quotes. It seems that it loves quotes. And let's just try to time this. Okay, so 4 seconds. I mean, that's not fast, but it's not slow either.
What was actually still missing? My earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the design has 6, and 3 of those were placeholders that linked out to the old pages. The sign-in page and the landing page, the 2 surfaces every visitor meets, weren't ported at all, nor were the activity tray or return notices.
Okay, that's kind of hard to understand. I wonder how does the Kokora we found online, how does that one compare?
That mountain stand.
What was
your
actually
dog-
still missing? My earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the design has 6, and 3 of those were placeholders that linked out to the old pages. The sign-in page and the landing page, the 2 surfaces every visitor meets, weren't ported at all, nor were the activity tray or return notices.
That's a lot better. And I wonder, did I install this with the right kind of thing? When we installed this, did we enable the right features? I don't think we did. Let's just see what happens if we do this. So this is a relatively old Mac, it's a M1. So I imagine that newer Macs are only getting better at this stuff. Wait, what? But the overall quality of the one that's hosted on Hugging Face is quite good. So let me just check here. How do I install the Python version? so the Mac flags, we can wait with those ones. Let's just try to take this step by step. I mean, 4 seconds isn't bad, though, for this whole paragraph. The main thing here is how it sounds when it comes out, and I'm not really happy with that. So if we listen again here,
What was actually still missing my earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the design has 6 and 3 of those were placeholders that
it doesn't respect the spaces correctly. Or the stops correctly. That seems to be the main issue. That might just be a tokenization issue. But the voice itself actually sounds quite okay. Let's just listen again.
What was actually still missing my earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the design has 6 and 3 of those were placeholders that linked out to the old pages. The sign-in page and the land.
Okay, let's just bring this down here so you guys can follow what I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out why it's not why it's not doing the punctuation correctly. And I think that the good news is that this is a solvable problem. So clearly it's solved in the Hugging Face model. And so we should be able to strip out markdown syntax. Yep. That makes sense. Let me just check here. So if we go back, so that one seems to suggest that we need to do dash dash text. There's no such thing as text. Let's try to do chorus CLR. Oh, there is one more. Right, and that one has a say. And that's the one that's failing. So that's the one that doesn't work. But the other one does work, but doesn't respect our punctuation. So let's check that one again. Concora, CLI, see voices. And it has all the same voices as we just heard before. So let's try to do AF hard. How do you select the voice? Maybe you need to do speak first.
What was actually still missing my earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the design has 6 and 3 of those were placeholders that linked out to the old pages. The sign-in page and the landing page. 2 surfaces every visitor meets weren't ported at all, nor were the activity tray or return notices.
Interesting. So this was hard. Let's try to put the same text back into the Hugging Face model, and then right, speed might also be a thing. And it actually takes, oh, I wonder if we're getting rate limited now. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem like it's our end that there's anything wrong with. Let's get back here and just try again. Popping that one in, we do generate, see how that takes.
What was actually still missing? My earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the design has 6, and 3 of those were placeholders that linked out to the old pages. The sign-in page and the landing page, the 2 surfaces every visitor meets, weren't ported at all, nor were the activity tray or return notices.
Okay, I think that's a very pleasant voice.
What was actually still missing?
Let's just compare with our version here locally.
What was actually still missing? My earlier work had ported 6 creator screens but stopped short. The coach screen had 5 tabs where the...
I wonder, when we go back and look here, is it because we actually need the Mr. I'm so confused here. Okay, so clearly we can get this to work. The synthesis works correctly, and it's just a matter of getting the pauses right. So that makes me relatively happy. This is a good first trial for the voice synthesis. Now, we would want to research this in more detail. So for now, let's just put down a ticket, or rather a note in our very advanced system here where we actually want this in, because I think that's super cool. If we get that in, then it's basically free to get the dictation. And moreover, if we do that together with a local whisper model for capturing voice, the net price of running this is going to be close to 0. Because you use your subscription for the inference and the chat completions, you use the local model for the transcription. Transcription is pretty much free anyway. Like when you're using the Open API transcription, I don't really pay all that much for it. So that bit I'm not too worried about. And then it's just a matter of getting the voice synthesis. If we get that one local, I think that's going to be really cool. I'm actually really, really hyped about this. So we can definitely do that. For now, though, let's get back to what we were actually doing. So we're going to build fast codes, and then we're going to launch it just to see how that's working out. And in the meantime, I'm just running another test over here. Hey, could you make up a story and then tell it to me? It should be a relatively long story.
Once there was a town called Bellwether, built on the slope of a green hill where the wind was always
Okay,
moving.
let me stop you right there and let's change direction. Could you tell me what you can do?
I can answer questions, write or edit text, help with coding and debugging, look things up, manage windows and apps, Workbench, send messages to Claude Agent, read files I'm allowed to access, run TypeScript through the Workbench tools when you ask me to check or change something.
Okay, I think that's really cool, but do you deal well with horses?
I can help with a lot of things, but I might need the rest of the question to answer properly. Yes, I can help with horses, general care, training concepts, health questions to discuss with a vet, riding basics, breeds, history, stories, or writing about.
Okay, this takes a bit of time. In the meantime, I've just been instructing my agent here on my laptop to do some other work, and we will then let that do its work. So basically, I've asked it to address the problem with that I have a tendency to leave some gaps. And so we're building out the wait system where if it notices that there's words missing or the sentence feels incomplete, it should come back with a token saying wait, and then the system waits a little bit until it forces a answer through. Let's see where we are on making things production ready. So it claims that we are done with a lot of stuff here. So the logs were trimmed. Let's just try some of this out. Okay, the app is now up running with our crash buttons. Let's bring it up here and see what happens when we start crashing it. Let's see what happens if we crash the window. The window reloads, perfect. Wait, that was not the front end core. Oh, so we can crash all sorts of stuff here. Nice. Okay, this is pretty thorough. Let's crash the back end. Okay, nothing happens. Crash the thread. We get all the logs here. Okay, this is a bit messy, but I think it's good enough for now. So it basically has a whole list of things which makes it very easy for us to collect the crash reports and fix things when we would ever experience a bug. So I'm happy with that. So that means that we have that updated. Check for updates. Perfect. Okay. So that means that we're pretty close to being able to do stuff here. I think this is cool. Nice. Then there is the icon. I'm not really happy with that one. Let's get Claude up here. No, let's actually do something else. Check out. Where do I have my... I'm getting to a point where I have too many windows open. So, all in all, 6 crash sites, check for updates. See, I was thinking of this as the icon. It's nice and simple. Or app icon, let's go for that. Okay, let's get back to fast coach. Hopefully that one is done building by now. And we can do /rush fastcoach.io dev. Okay, this doesn't look half bad. Cool. Let's try to sign in. This is not the message that I dreamt of seeing. It may just be a case of let's just try to restart this. But I love how user-friendly this message is. Right? No foul force, no random codes that nobody understands, just a plain message explaining what's actually going wrong here. That's nice. Alright, let's check this out again. See if that fixed things. Okay. Oh wait, that's not what I get. Oh wait, what is it saying here? It's just maybe we should have read this before we did things. But it's actually still missing. My earlier work had ported 6 creator screens, but stopped short. The code screen had 5 tabs, where the design had 6. And 3 of those were placeholders that linked out to the old pages. In the sign-in page and the landing page, the 2 surfaces every visitor meets weren't ported at all. Okay, my goodness. So it's basically just telling me it had not done even a small amount of the work that I'd asked it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Opus 5, completely useless unless you whip it. I'm just astonished. The code screen 6 tabs now. This definitely means that without the systems that I normally used to use, things just doesn't work as you would want them to. That's really disappointing. But anyway, let's get on with seeing what it's actually done here. So what was still missing, but what is still missing? That's the question. Is there more still missing? For real. Okay, that also explains why the fix was so comprehensive, because there was a lot of stuff it started fixing. And I just let it instead of the UL construction is fine, reproducing a against a live stack. Okay, so we'll give it a bit of time to do that. In the meantime, I wonder if we have managed to get the right logo over here. So I noticed that while yeah, that should be changed. Okay, cool. Let's get back to our checklist because I think we can take a lot of stuff off here. So, automated update is there. Whether that works or not, we don't know. Maybe we'll need to do manual updates, but hopefully it's just copied what's already existing in the code base. And that should make it really easy for it to do a good job. Then this one is in progress on my laptop. And that's actually together with, that's the same one as this one. We're just going to delete that one. Oh, we also improved logging. Right, so we asked it to improve the logs. So that's done. Feel like we need to get the energy a bit up in the room
That sounds done.
and stand up for a bit. Cool. Okay. So check completions, and if the sentence appearing, yeah. So this is what we're doing right now. We can move up. Relay Claude questions through the system to the agent or through the system. Okay, mutating. Muting only works. That one is actually in progress, I believe, or will be in progress on my laptop soon. So let's just show where we laptop. We need developer nodes. Yeah, that would be great. Just a notepad, markdown editor, whatever, something. That should actually be super easy to build with our system. So I think this could be one of the first things we do. Along with SSH-based agents, actually what I want would be a mesh network of these desktops. And that's a low priority. But basically I have two laptops now, one of them without a screen, one with a screen, and basically I just want one control center for managing all of it. I don't think this is a high priority at all. I think it's super low priority, but I would love to get this in. And then these two, I think we're going to move them up here, and because it's part of the core system, and we want the core system to be really solid before we start on the wider parts. Okay, let's see where that fast coach is at. Still working on the thing, so we can jump back here and do some more prioritization. Yeah, I think that's it. And then that button, I would really want to get rid of that. Messes up my UI. Okay, let's check out Claude. Where did you go, Claude? Gone you are, that's for sure. Oh, well, okay. Something else finished here. This was update of the OneUp app. So we've now changed that so that's done correctly. How do I build this? Okay, so that seems rather easy. We just need to run this one command. Nice. Will you look at that? That icon actually looks pretty premium. Let's move that in here. Wait, what? Ah, there it is. Can't hide from me. Okay, so 113 megabytes for a bundle, that's quite okay. It is to the larger side of things. So if you, for instance, compare this with some of the previous apps I've made, it is definitely to the bigger side. Let's just try to get some info here just to see. It's 113 megabytes. But mind you, this is a pretty big app. We have a lot of stuff going on in there. Let's try to compare. How does it show compared to, for instance, set 400 megabytes. So pretty okay. WhatsApp. What size could we normally expect? 600 megabytes. Goodness. Let's see, what other app could we compare against? Let's check out Hermes. That's actually pretty lightweight, 12 megabytes. I'm really, really impressed. See, how does it compare to my own app? My previous app was 69 megabytes, so still quite a bit above that. I wonder why. Maybe because we are in, well, okay, I actually know why. Part of the reason is that we are bundling a whole bunch of TypeScript stuff, which I haven't done in previous apps. But all the packages and plugins are TypeScript, whereas the core is still Rust. And so maybe, let's see, how does ChatGPT do on this? Given that it's written in Rust, I suspect it would be small, but let's see, we can be surprised. Oh my goodness, that's not small at all. That's a fucking beast. What about Claude? That's nearly half the size of GPT, but still a monster in size. Okay, cool. So that works. Let's see. Let's get back to just close the old app here. And just get a feel for what does this look like. There's still a bit of white flickering in the beginning. We need to do something about that because that's not pretty. And we need to fix this as well. I don't know how that broke or why that broke. It shouldn't break, but it did. And it looks awful. So, but other than that, I think we're getting pretty close to having something that works here. So we now bundle nicely into a DMG. We have the auto updater and all of that. So let's get on with the next thing. The next irrelevant thing. I think at this point we're just doing small things to make this and I think that's the last bit we need to make this publishable. Then we need to set up the bucket and start uploading things, and then we can build out the full funnel. Well, the full, not funnel, but the whole sales platform for this. And in the meantime, let's see where we are with the thing that we actually really desperately need to have finished by tonight, I suppose. I don't know, how much time do we have left? I think I'm going to rename this competition to Ship and Die. I've misspoken that so many times now, but I feel like with the amount of stress this is imposing on me, it's very accurate. And somehow it's disappeared from my links. Oh wait, dashboard. I don't want to join. Oh my goodness, 4 days and 19 hours left. Will we make it? Who knows? But I feel like we need to do this. We need to have it kind of ready this evening. I don't like that we are getting so close to the end of this. So all right, we are reaching the end of this live stream. It's been a pleasure building with you, and I hope you have enjoyed it. I hope we will soon get to a point where this whole setup with the app that we're building out is going to work out, because once it's working out, I promise you we will do some morning workout sessions where we command the AI while doing our workout. I think this is the way forward. I was at the doctor today and they told me I have to do more sports. So, but I feel at the same time, right now I'm trapped in front of the screen. We want to get to the point where that's not the case. And a morning workout is definitely the first step in that. So I hope you have enjoyed this. At least I have. And the next version of this app is going to be amazing. I think we need to charge on with the ship or die competition. But we're getting there. We will get this over the finish line. It's so little we still need to do. We just need to get the whole thing up, well tested, and then really do something for it. With that said, thank you so much for your time, and see you in the next one.